Good morning. We get a quick sound check. Can you guys hear me okay? Mark, thank you. Good morning. Good to see you guys. Actually, who do we got in the group today? We'll say good morning to everybody. We got the early birds. Gotta love it. Clifton, of course. Good morning. Always good to see you, bud. Andy, good morning. Ari, Brian, Christian's in the house. Dan, Darian, David is here. Frank, were you first again today? No, Steve C was first. So well played, sir. JC, good morning. Jeff B, good morning. Bright and early for you. Lance, good morning. Mark, as I said. Michael P, aloha, my friend. Ralph, good morning. Steve and Vincent, buddy Vincent. Well, good to see everybody. Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Let's talk about markets for a little bit. I'm going to get my screens going here in just a moment. But if you guys remember, we talked about certain levels to keep an eye on. And I think what's great about today is the sooner that we test those levels, especially the most recent low, I think the better. So we get direction. And overnight, we see President Xi from China making remarks basically saying, like, hey, if you guys want to go toe to toe, US, no problem. We're down. You guys want to fight? We're down. So we're seeing markets pull back a little bit. Meanwhile, a lot of the banks reported this morning. So keeping an eye on names like JPM, Goldman Sachs, and a few others that reported this morning. Overall, I'd say, didn't look too bad, except they're moving lower. So anytime I see stocks move lower with decent or good news, it's a little concerning. AMD in the news, along with Oracle, talking about maybe a collaboration or partnership. So we'll keep an eye on those names as well. And the way I look at it is either we bounce here. We talked about 596.43 yesterday, for those of you guys who were watching kind of the mid-morning session, and went into some details specifically about the Qs, keeping an eye on certain levels, etc. If you guys remember that 596.43 area, we broke it pre-market, came back, retested it, and haven't seen it since. So I want to see us bounce to that level and either defend it to move higher or reject it to move lower. That's kind of it. So today is another data gathering day for me. I always say, trade what you see, not what you feel. There is some decent news floating around, like I said, around AMD. If you keep an eye on names like Rigetti, really just yesterday, complete gamma squeeze on the shorts. So feel bad for those guys that were stuck in there, but huge move. I think it was like 10 points, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday on Rigetti. So just a pretty wild move, up 11% on Rigetti. And I look more broadly at names like QBTS and a few others, kind of the similar vibe. So Quantum getting a push, maybe seeing some rotation into other names and other sectors. Also, keeping an eye on Coin, top of my list today. Why? Well, did you see the crypto markets? They were kind of signaling risk off even as soon as markets closed yesterday. So we saw that sell off pretty much all night. And waking up this morning to see, looks like Bitcoin futures down about 4% at 110,000. So I will be keeping a very close eye on Coin, MSTR also, naturally. They kind of go hand in hand together. But there's definitely a lot to keep an eye on today as far as where do you want to make your play. I do note shorting is typically more risky than going long stocks. So can we bounce in these areas? Sure. That said, I do think a retest down in those 580s needs to happen at some point. I don't know if it's going to happen today. What I'm looking for is maybe a little bit of a bounce this morning up to around 597. Confirm that bulls are in charge or not, and then rip. Either we go straight up or we go straight down. That's what I'm looking or hoping for. I will be patient today. I will be literally maybe smaller size until we get a confirmed move. If we get a confirmed move to the upside, we'll load the boat, or downside, we'll also load the boat. But fundamentally, yesterday, pretty sideways, waking up, down 1% on the Qs. Should be shocking, right? Can we bounce out of that? Maybe. We've seen it happen before. These markets have proven to be extremely resilient. Trouble being is this growing conflict with China is not going away anytime soon, and it's important for us to just keep an eye on markets as they move. Let's see. Andy, thanks for posting your trades. It looks like you're long the quad U's, AMD, NVTS, BBAI, RGTI, Iron. Okay. And you're looking at short open, BABA, BMNR, Tesla, and NVIDIA. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Awesome. I like it. And Frank asked a question, what does overbought mean? CCCX. It's the name of a Koenigsegg, almost. CCX. Let's see. Overbought. It keeps rising. At least, Frank, when I hear overbought, I usually will keep an eye on like an RSI, depending on a daily 515. And RSI, anything over like 70 is kind of like, I'd say, the first signal. And then if you see buying fade, it doesn't mean that it has to pull back, but overbought typically means you're above that RSI threshold where you might be reaching a top. And then you have to look at volume and price action to figure out, like, is it going to slow down? Typically, you see a breakout, you'll get those types of moves that just go straight up. And it doesn't necessarily mean just because it's overbought, it will stop. Like, you look at names like OKLO or even Rigetti. In a day, you could push those limits, hence a breakout, right? So you definitely be cautious, trying to time the top on some of those. So good luck. Let's look around here. Seth, good morning. Good to see you, bud. You looking at ARM today? Aaron talks to OpenAI, and I'll pull it up real quick. ARM. Can you guys see my screen yet? You guys see the screens? Hopefully. Yes, no, maybe so. All right, so look, again, I am riding solo. Scott's officially on vacation. I'm going to go grab a tea here real quick. I'll be back before the open. But again, worth noting, today's going to be, at least for me, data collection. I'm favoring the downside move. Why? Well, let's go to big chart here real quick. Okay. Here's yesterday's price action, pretty sideways. We talked about 602.87 being a level I wanted to see get retested. Look what happened, guys. We got to what, 602.95, and weren't able to push. And we wake up down. Like, this to me is getting very technical, and they're just filling in the blanks with a reason to sell off. President Xi, President Trump, whatever it is, fill in the blank to offset some of the exposure they may have. And realistically, I mean, I think we have way more room to move down. I get these markets have been moving extremely, up, right? But realistically, this is the level I'm keeping a really close eye on, and it's no wonder we basically bounced off of that on that initial sell-off, right? So here's maybe a neckline, here's realistically the neckline, and then here's your stage 4 completion. So to give you perspective, that's how far is that? About 15%. So there is room. Just, I don't know how fast it'll happen. I mean, heck, I wasn't expecting this big of a move in one day. I thought maybe this move was pretty traumatic for a day, but then to see it drop even more, 5% in a day, it's pretty wild. So definitely trade cautiously today, guys. Inspect your levels, keep an eye on certain things. I use my EMAs, SMAs, as you guys know. But like I said, what I'd love to see this morning, and we even talked about that, I think I might have this drawn up of where I was expecting to move up and then potentially back down. So that the fact that technically that's moving the way I want it to, now this morning I want to see this, maybe this, that. That's kind of what I'm expecting today. I don't know if it'll happen that way, but it's always good to have a plan. So anyways, I'll be back in here in a few minutes. I'm just going to grab, I left my iced tea upstairs, so I'm going to go grab that, and I'll be right back. See you guys in a bit. All right. We are back. So we've got about a minute and a half, about 2 minutes before markets open here. Yeah, thank you, Darren, for calling that out. WMT jumped on that news integration with ChatGPT. Yep. Hey, Amir, good morning. Yeah, so I'll be keeping an eye. Look, there's that 200. The big yellow line makes it kind of easy to watch. But let's definitely trade safe today, guys. I'm going to be at the open a little bit bullish to see a pop. As far as how high we go, who knows? I'm just not going to be super bullish or bearish until I see this level on the Qs. I want to see what happens in that little red zone. Do we hold it and move higher, or do we fall apart? So let's keep a close eye on that as we open this morning. Got about 40 seconds. Good luck, traders. Trade safe. Okay, markets are open. And being patient here at the open. Keep an eye on options chain as well. Pretty expensive where they're opening right now. Let's watch coin here. Might get a bounce up to like 346 or so. I'm gonna short that. Just being patient this morning, guys. All right, that's twice on the 1 minute candle that we rejected the 200 EMA here right at the open. So either bulls take over right now and we push higher, or markets could be looking to do a downturn here. Be careful. First few minutes here making a difference. NVIDIA, big drop, guys. Big drop on NVIDIA. Down to 182.50. That's literally the next stop on the downside for the options chain on NVIDIA was 182.50, right below 185. So let's see what that does for markets here. Watching AMD here. Obviously making some a good partnership with Oracle this morning. Okay, I like the cues here. Looking like it's poised for a potential push. Be careful. This should be where we see a big green spike or red spike. Obviously looking at NVIDIA aim lower along with AMD. Looking heavy. Surprised to see JPM pull back after a great earnings call. JPM down to 301, so keep an eye on that. Okay, looks like we are in fact moving lower, folks. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Looking at put options here right now. Man, they're expensive. Yeah, Mark, exactly. Those dumps on the big beta names there. NVIDIA dumping, CRWV dumping, Oracle pulling back to that 300 print now. Again, when you see good news get sold into, guys, we are in the midst of a potential bear movement. So be careful. I'm watching right now the cues, how they behave. 593.12 is the next area below. If we do not stop there, I will be shorting the heck out of these markets. But we should see maybe a bounce here soon. If we don't, then some downside definitely possible. Notice that level already marked before we got started, 593.12, as I mentioned. If we get below that, then it's down to 591. Then we're retesting the lows of that downside moves, 585-ish. So in a perfect world, we would retest that like sooner than later. So let's be cautious there. 593.12. If you get a little undercut or we bounce exactly there. Right now, looking good for the bear side. I'm going to pull up my put options here to see what we can get going. We need to bounce here if bulls want to remain in control. If not, it's down, baby. Okay, there's that 593.12 hold. We start breaking to the downside, guys. I will short the heck out of this market. Market's pulling back quite a bit. I like it. NVIDIA now down at 181. Okay, guys, I'm going to get some put options here. Might go a little further out the money so I can grab a bigger piece here. Let's do it. Excuse me. Okay, and we got some put options on the Qs here. Kind of further out here, we're looking at 580s. At $1.15 for them. So only reason being is if we actually crack and start looking at this area down here, that could really, really help with my premiums there. Just keep an eye on it. We should accelerate here in a moment. Okay, let's see what we do at 591.75 here. We just tagged it almost on the dot. If we break that, guys, it's down, baby. Here we go. Here we go. Very nice. So we get an undercut there. I'll take a partial here in a moment, guys, on these put options. It's a 580 strike, so I want to take advantage of the initial move here. I want to see more momentum here. Darren short coin, very nice, cool. All right, we're probably going to bounce here a little bit, but I'm waiting for the drawdown. Here we go. There it is. Get ready to take a partial here. Beautiful, beautiful partial there. On the Qs, no risk now, no risk. This got filled up $1.42. Easy trade this morning. And maybe I'll do a strangle here. Well, let's see. Guys, if we start to retest these 580s, like down here at a minimum, so let's mark that as a 589.29, but let's remember 582 is in play. We could really, really start to get in trouble here. That said, I'm seeing AMD bounce, and then 580.04 was a huge level for Nvidia for a really long time, and we just bounced off that almost on the dot. So this could be maybe a subtle bounce, maybe. Sorry guys, I'm watching this cues like pretty tightly. I am keeping an eye on other stocks, but I'm watching how this behaves to determine what I want to do with these other trades. Okay, here we go. Be careful. I've only got 10 put options left on the cues here, but if we bounce in this area, I will go long. Otherwise, look at shorts. Excuse me. Either we make a new session low now, or we're going to see a bounce. I'm just looking around at other stocks, but the cues being the most important for all the tech names. I like AVGO to the downside here. Okay, new session lows. Put options looking great. I'll take some more off here in just a moment. Watching 580.04 right now on NVIDIA if it holds now. Oracle now pulling back to 293, guys. Huge drop on Oracle. Q's in trouble. Getting heavy. Yeah, I'm going to take some off these put options here in a moment. Big print there. Big print. Very nice. Let's go. There it is. In the 590 print now on the Qs, guys. Big drawdown. Waiting for this 589.29, guys. I'll take a few off here in a minute. I'm up 30% right now on these put options there. I'm going to take a few more off there. Beautiful. Obviously, they were super out of the money, so I want to get paid as soon as the move happens. Can I get down there later on? Sure, but I may not get the same level of premium. So I'm going to dump these in just a moment. I've got 3 left. All right, let's keep an eye on where we see bounces. So I'm watching OKLO right now, AVGO as well. I'll make sure AVGO here. Let's do it. Okay, just got in. 340.28 AVGO. Yeah, Darren, I wish I'd joined you on Coin. I was watching the cues too closely, but Coin was nice short there. Watching 337.44 on Coin, big level for it. Okay, we're in that area. I'm going to actually draw a little rectangle here. Where we might see a bounce. So let's see if we see buyers step in. If not, then we retag this orange line here. We do not want to break that orange line. I've got 3 put options left here, but I'm looking at maybe even some call options here because they're getting really cheap. Kind of out of the money around 600. You guys seeing this live, right? Just drew that little box there, and why? Look left. Look at this area right here. Bulls are trying to protect that level to prevent this bigger drop here, right? So if we do see, let's worth note, right? Like the trend is down right now in an overall bull trend, but we could bounce here and start to take the top off here of sessions. So let's keep an eye on those call options right now. That looks like 602. No, let's look at 600s. Again, this is more of a data gathering day for me. So as I'm making these trades, you know, the 10 contracts, 20 contracts, like I don't mind. They're smaller, but you know, heck, we're up $1,800 already on the day. It's not bad. So they're $1.05 right now. Those call options at 600. AVGO moving slightly against. It's a small position. It's okay. I can be patient. Let's see. Okay. $1.07. I'll grab 10 of them. $600 call option. So now I've got 3 left going to the downside. So if we continue to break lower, great. I dumped the 10 that I have going up. And then let's see what happens if we actually get a bounce here. These could turn into a nice chunk of change here. We paid $1.05 for these things. JPM, yeah. No, I was blown away. I mean, they blew their earnings out, and JPM just pulling back pretty sharply. Everything is. So when you see good news being sold, that's I think a first sign of no bueno things to come. Definitely trade careful today, guys. It's one of those days. There's huge opportunity here, though. Again, charts matter. These levels matter. I'm looking for a push now. I only got 3 of these put options I mentioned, and now we've got 10 call options up to 600. So granted, they're way further out the money, but if we get a pop up to this 200 EMA about 594, they'll be worth some major dough. Here we go. There's the move. Okay, I'm looking at, I like JPM actually for a long down here, 297.60. I'm going to put it out there if it can pop here. It'll be for like 3 points. Go test the 300 if we get there. Okay, guys, I think we'll get a push here. I'm going to dump my 3 put options. And let's load some more call options here on the Qs. Yeah, sorry, I know I'm talking about call, but okay, if talk call options, it's long, right? Put options, it's short. No trade JPM, guys. I mean, we could totally roll over and go further down to this orange line here, and even further below that, right? And it can happen in like one move. So I'm looking around at the news. I mean, nothing major other than maybe Trump jumps on the microphone somewhere. Let's look at NVIDIA long here. I'm going to dump AVGO as a small position anyway. Out AVGO, small loser, no big deal. Guys, look at this bounce now. Let's go. It's only 10 cents right now on the Qs. I'm up right now just because it's so far out of the money, but let's see if we get a little more. Looking for a push up to about this 594 print, and I'd like to see it accelerate to see if we hold that. If you guys remember, 594 is literally like point of no return. We have it marked here 594.34. Let me go look at some other stocks here. Rigetti, ARM, everything kind of muted or to the downside. Tesla, going JPM. No trade JPM, guys. AMD holding pretty nicely. Could be interesting today. You know what? I like AMD. We've got the news they're going to get more GPUs to Oracle. Oracle obviously trading down, but let's do it. AMD 218, 219. Let's do it. Canceling JPM. It's got room to go. Look at it go down to 295 break now. Wow. No trade JPM, guys. You guys remember the Wyckoff distribution, yeah? Seth, looking at Meta. Let me take a look at Meta. Yeah, 700, big call wall. Big call wall Meta. So if you break that, that should be the fall, but be careful there at 700. Sure. Cue the disclaimer. It's your money. Do what you want with it. Yeah, it's make or break time, guys. Watching NVIDIA, I mean, that's a huge pullback, guys. We're down 4% on NVIDIA. 180.04, big level. Obviously, 180 you could call it, but I'm looking for a bounce here. We got those call options now on the Qs. I'd like to see a push above 594.50, ideally. You guys remember that level? Right here, 594.34 is what I have marked. I'd like to see a push into it, ideally over it, but maybe a rejection. And if we see that happen, we'll be switching gears. Again, today is all about data gathering, very technical moves, which I like. gives opportunities for everybody to make some money today. We can push up to 596 up here. That'll be where bulls really want to defend. This is the do or die area. See the disclaimer, obviously. But let's see if we get a push up to this 596, guys. My call option's looking great now. Up over about 20 cents or so. Let's see if we get closer to like 40, 50 cents before taking a partial. I'm just like collecting, 1800 this way, 500 this way, lost whatever, $80 on AVGO. Not too worried about that. But it's worth noting, like each one of these levels matter. 593.12 matters right at the VWAP. 594.34 matters. 595.26 big high volume area. You look left, right? Even pre-market, try to hold that level, right? These levels were here a long time ago. We looked at them even yesterday. So the fact that they're being tested, retested, rejected, or holding shows me that my analysis is okay. It's working for now. But now I want to see actual technical retests of this red line here, 594.34. Ideally, a push into the 200 EMA. If we get over that and get up to this 596.43 area, shows me bulls really want to test this neckline. Okay. AMD. Let's go. Looking great here. Looking for a breakout. 223 would be awesome, but we'll wait. Yeah, I'm watching JPM. I really need to see it get over that. Let's call it this one, like almost like 298. So getting in now, obviously, put your risk, near the low of session. But I don't hate, I don't love it. But they had great earnings, so I'm surprised to see it pull back this significant. The trouble is, like all this volume, 3.3 million shares this morning has been all to the sell side on JPM. Only reason why I canceled that trade. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the cues. We talked about this level, okay? 594.34. Let's see what it does in that area. We just breached 594 for a second. If bulls want to take charge, it needs to like push like that. Otherwise, this is a pretty bearish setup. That's a bear flag in the making right there. Definitely be careful. Maybe JPM down here. I don't know. All right, guys. Q's having trouble with 594 now. Can you believe it? So hopefully this full size trade on AMD doesn't hurt here, but need to see a push here to the upside very, very, very soon. Otherwise, we'll be shorting. Yeah, Ahmed, thanks for posting that. SPY is approaching high of session. Okay, I'm going to go for it. JPM, 595. I'll do market 65. Okay, 595, 65 JPM, guys. 295, 65, sorry. Look at Archers. 295, 65. There we go. We're in the JPM trade. Stop loss will literally be at the low of session. So about a point and a half. AMD, I don't know what the heck's going on there. It's just waiting. Let's keep an eye on NVIDIA as well, down 4% or 3.7%. But only reason I'm long AMD over NVIDIA is it got news with Oracle today to partner. Here comes JPM. Need to see it get over 298 now. Come on, AMD. What are you doing? Here come the Qs. Here come the SPY. Again, this isn't bullish by any means, guys. We're just trying to buy some of this dip. But if we start getting that rejection, keep an eye on the Qs. Remember that 594.34. We haven't got above it. And it just so happens there's confluence now with 200 EMA. There it is. There's the push. Just got 594.32. Hopefully you guys are watching this and keeping an eye on it. Guys, here comes JPM. Looking great. Right on, Michael. Cool. Good luck to us, yeah? Guys, here's the push on the Qs. Let's keep an eye on it. I want to see 596.43. If we start rejecting in this area, though, this could be a problem for us for the rest of the day. So again, we've been doing data gathering. We talked about this pre-market. We had the plan, right? So if we can continue to move higher and we hold this 596.43 area, great. Maybe we get that push and, close. I wouldn't say we completely close the gap here, but maybe 598.14 becomes a reality. So I'll actually put in another, since we're looking at this together here. I'm going to call this the kind of yellow zone. So I don't like the fact that we're rejecting, but we are above the 200 EMA for now. SPY is pushing, Qs are not. See that? So we need to see a actual spring load push here. Otherwise, we could be in trouble. Let's keep an eye on JPM here, guys. Gross move now on the Qs. I do not like that. Good news is we're up 30 cents on our call options, 600 strike for tomorrow. If we push above the 596, I for sure will take some off. I imagine they'll be worth a nice chunk of change. I don't know how much, but we'll find out in a moment. Look at Rigetti. I wanted to short it, but look at it. Oh man, brutal. Oh well. AMD, nah, not loving that. Here come the Qs, guys. JPM looks great. 298 ideally. We get 298, then maybe I get 300. Maybe. Not liking AMD right now, guys. Still gonna hang on, but not for much longer. Need to see a bounce ASAP. But this is gonna be expensive if we start to dump. As long as the Qs continue to kind of push higher, I'm okay, but I really don't like this retest here on the 200. Okay, we just got above on the Qs. Watching that level, the 594.34. We barely are getting above that, guys. We need to see a bigger push. Otherwise, it's hard to be bullish today. If anything, I may be looking for getting into some additional short positions here. Yes, JPM. Hopefully some of you guys took that. Looks good. I think one of you guys, Michael did. Yep, right on. Nice push here. Want to see a little bit of a bump over 298. If we get anywhere around 300 bucks, I'll take some off. Again, great earnings. I don't get the sell off. Maybe just out of expectation of something else. So here we're going to take a partial here, guys. On there it is, 298. Perfect. Bingo. Thank you. Partial taken. JPM. Easy money today, guys. Easy money. Just being patient. That's the name of the game today. Look at this. Look at this level now on the Qs. Okay, 594.34. Look at. So we're just like retesting. This is literally like, think of hanging on with your fingertips. Is this level? If you're a bull, if you start losing this level, game over. We're going to go down. Cue the disclaimer, of course. But I'm going to be looking. If we continue below this level, I'll dump my call options and start looking at put options on the Qs and the SPY. Potential rollover. AMD now. I'm going to. Oh, it sucks. 2 points. AMD, probably dump it here. Excuse me. I'm going to trade on the spike yet. Let this candle finish. Got 5 seconds. 2 seconds. If we aim any lower on AMD, I will be forced to close it. Come on, AMD. Shucks. Out. AMD. Out. Losing trade. AMD, unfortunately. Expensive one for me. Get back a little bit of the gains today. Ahmad, right on. Right on. Yeah, I've got a few left here, Michael, on JPM. I wanted the 298 print, so we'll let the rest run. Still have these call options. They're up only like 20 some odd cents. Am I the only play AMD and NVIDIA shorts? Okay. Yeah, I do think, like, look, this problem with Trump and Xi is an issue. And it's headlines, right? So we got to keep an eye on headlines right now. And as traders, that's part of our job, is to just make sure we're tapped into the news, see what's going on. And right now, any of this movement, right now, it feels super technical, which I like. I like when markets are technical because they're easier to analyze, right? When we just see nothing but straight up, everybody's a genius, right? Like I bought it and held it. I bought the dip and I made all this money. But right now, this is a very, very technical market. Like came in, retested these levels, right? Realistically, if you're a bear, you want to retest this level, 582. Yeah, at a minimum 589. We got close today down at 590, but what I'm concerned about is one huge red candle, bam, and by then all the long positions get smoked. So just be careful today, guys. There's no need to be have a hero trade here. It's kind of like what you're seeing I'm doing, right? Take a couple positions, take your money where you can, and be gone. Yeah, maybe we see markets bump up a little bit until Jerome Powell speaks. Just, we've seen that happen. And then once he says, good afternoon, boom, market tanks. We've seen that before, right? I hope. Where's Jeff? AMD, man. Probably could have got in right where I got out. Okay, JPM right at the VWAP. Let's see if we get a continuation. Only got 100 shares left on JPM. I'm looking for something over 300, guys. There's a push now in the Qs above 595. This is what I wanted to see. Now let's get to 596.43. See if we can hold this level up here. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. I'm going to take some off my call options here in just a moment. Up to like $1.40 right now. I like it. So we'll take some off here in just a second. Let's see if we get a bigger push. There we go. Watch the Qs. Watch the Qs. JPM now above 299. I love it. If we get above 300, I'm going to take half my position off. Easy money today, guys. Easy money. Just a little bit of patience, timing your entries. Looking great on JPM, guys. Beautiful trade at JPM. Congrats for those who took it. Mark, keep an eye on IWM. I'll pull it up here in just a moment. Give me a sec. Get rid of Rigetti here. IWM. Yeah, this I think is on rate cuts with Jerome Powell. Rate cuts equal more money for Russell 6000. KRE as well. What does KRE look like? Probably similar. Yep. Yep. All right, let's take a little. I'm going to take early partial here on our JPM trade. There we go. Early partial. Only have 50 shares left. No risk now. Could literally go 2 points below the low of session, and I still made plenty of money on the trade. What else are we watching, guys? Help me out. Oh, yeah, Michael, for sure. Yeah, semi-scalp day. But it's nice because a day like today makes it really easy to, look around, analyze where if you have your levels and you have a game plan on a day like today, because it's a technical setup, it's becomes really easy to identify where you want to take partials, because it's going to be combative, right? So hence, like right now, I'm taking a partial on my call options here. Is it as much money as I want to make? No, but taking home a couple $1,000 in a day, that's not bad, And the trouble is it's such a volatile market. Like the one thing we didn't talk about this morning was the VIX. If you looked at the VIX yesterday, while we were sideways, we stayed up here at these elevated levels. So definitely some, challenges to push higher on the VIX, right? So That's something we didn't talk about yesterday, but it's something worth watching. Is that if VIX continue to move higher, that means markets definitely can move lower, and the volatility means, again, if you're trading options like I am right now, they can really move in favor or really move against you pretty quick, which is exciting if you're in the right you're in the right trade. You know what I mean? Um, anyway, something else to keep an eye on. Okay, let's see if we get the pop now. 596.43 is where I'm looking. Obviously, we got to get over session highs 595.33. We're getting pretty darn close here on the Qs, and I want to see it literally just one bar that goes like this. If we don't get it, time to short. Beautiful move now, JPM. OKLO is on the move again. Unbelievable. That's an impressive stock for no earnings. I want to make a company like OKLO. No revenue, just full leverage. Unbelievable. JP Morgan now. Let's see if we get above 300. I don't like that rejection. 595.26. Notice that level's already marked. Let's see if we get a pop though. Needs to be a big candle. Needs to be a big candle, like this. If we don't get it, I will dump more of my call options here. But I'm looking for that pop, 596 area, and I'll take a huge chunk off of my call options. It'll be a massive trade for you guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. SPY now elevated. There it is. There's that candle. Can't make this stuff up, guys. Can't make this stuff up. Where else do you get it other than right here in the 44 Trading Nation? Let's go, guys. We talked about it for how long? We wanted that one candle that does this. Look pretty darn close, maybe 50% of that candle, but I'll take it. We're going to get ready to take a partial here, guys. Beautiful move. Beautiful, beautiful move. Might take another early partial here, guys. We are up 50 cents on these call options. Looks great. Looks beautiful, man. Absolutely awesome. There it is. There's the push. I'll wait. Maybe we get that 596 print. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. 3, 2, 1. Come on. Here we go. Gonna take a partial, guys. We got 15 seconds left. Beautiful. That's close enough for me. Bang. Beautiful trading today, guys. Beautiful trading. Whew. Hopefully today's session was helpful for you guys. I might call it early here pretty soon, just because these are the data points I want to see. Why? We're running into contentious areas. So I'll keep these trades on that I have, collect where I can. Okay. JPM looking great. We're up on that trade. We only have 50 shares left, so I don't really care what happens to those 50 shares. I can take another half off and be totally content with where it's at now. These call options, we just took majority of them off, so we've got 15 left. We started with 10, added a few more. Looking good on the upside move. I'll hang on to these, right? So we made money down and up today. Why? We talked about the game plan. We highlighted the areas. JPM, thank goodness we didn't get filled the first go around, but my goodness, I mean, it is an amazing day. Great day to be a trader. And now we see if we can let some of it grow, right? I'm admittedly not that good at doing that. Typically, I take my partials or my exits. I'm pretty good at the entries, but I usually get out pretty early just to take my profits. That said, I'm trying to get better, just like we all are in every capacity as a trader. I'm trying to acknowledge my levels and take advantage of them. Now, the trouble is I usually will get there. Say, for example, like JPM, I wanted 298. We got that, which is great. But then I really wanted 300. So over 300, guys, there's that big volume candle on the Qs here. But this is why we do this, guys. Have a game plan, trade to win. At the end of the day, that's the key, right? Again, hopefully some of you guys are able to take advantage of some of these trades. Bank some dough, guys. We just got over JPM at 300. I'm going to take half off right here. In 3, 2, 1. There's my 3 print, guys. Keep an eye on this 596.43 area. Notice this red box here. We push above that, then yeah, we start getting into the contentious 598 area, right? So right now I'm just letting these call options grow into this area. I will take some off as soon as I see any rejection. If we keep pushing, I can wait. What a fantastic trade, guys. Okay, taking some more off of those call options. Zero risk now on that. And we took some off here on JPM. Done. Just like that. Just like that. You got it, Vincent. Heck yeah, man. Love to hear that you took that. Again, by no means is this bullish. Okay, let's go back and reset this chart for a second. Does that look bullish to you? Not really. We have our technical levels that we're keeping an eye on. Yeah. Can we move higher? Can we close the gap? Sure. This market is incredibly resilient. Who mentioned Powell? Right? Powell can totally ruin this at 12:20. So we got 2 hours before that happens. I may end up popping in around that time, maybe 1 o'clock or so. Definitely keep an eye on that, right? Jerome Powell's going to come in here, share some words. Does he make rate cuts happen? Who knows, right? What we do know is these drops are now part of the game. And if you are only long positions all the time, and you get, like right now, we snapped this low of session, and you're completely long, you're exposed, big problem, right? So again, cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, trade, which it's your money, do whatever you want with it, right? But it is important to note that having a plan, ensuring that you have every possible resource at your disposal, news, the 44 Trading Nation. I mean, like, have as much information as possible to make the best decision possible. And hopefully you're able to get that here in the room. So if you're out there in YouTube land, hit the like, subscribe. It does help us. If you're thinking about joining till the end of the year, Scott and I are extending the free trial. So you get, real-time access to not only the traders in the room, but the trades that we're posting, right, without delay. And I don't know, days like today, hopefully you're able to see. We talked about the plan before the market. We executed the plan appropriately. We made money on countless trades. AMD, the one exception, which now, unfortunately, it's moving higher. So shout out to Jeff. He's out there. Yeah, there it is. He's long AMD 217. Good for you, man. I'd love to see that. But I got stopped out, unfortunately. So that one cost me a little bit of money today, but that's fine. And overall, though, some winning trades. I was using a lot of options today. Could I be using other alternatives? Sure. But right now, these options play really worked out. Guys, we're up over $1 now, $1.10 on these call options, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's over 100%. Okay. Put things in perspective. We're over 100% return on these call options. So hopefully if you were able to take part in any of the trades we took today, you're crushing it. Guys, JPM's at 301, looking fabulous. I'm actually going to add a small position to JPM. But again, Jerome Powell does speak in 2 hours. So let's keep an eye on what that means, what that does to markets. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Let's keep an eye on these levels. I've got a couple of these positions already on, so I'll let them kind of grow, dance, do the thing. And yeah, just an incredible day. I don't want to say it was an easy day, but it is one of those days you have to be prepared for both sides of the trade. We took advantage of both. We shorted the market. We went long the market. Ta-da. Winning for both sides, bullish or bearish. Anyways, I'll do my best to be back around, I don't know, call it maybe noon, maybe 12:30, right when Jerome Powell jumps on for a few minutes. So I'll do what I can. Again, I appreciate y'all being patient. I know it's challenging, even for my side, right, with just me, no Scott, right? It's a lot to kind of look at, manage, etc. But hopefully, maybe you guys could just post. Jeff B, yeah, thanks, man. I was just going to say, if it's helpful, the information we shared today, I get it. I was looking at predominantly this screen here on the Qs, but it's reflective across these different tech names, right? So like if you wanted Tesla, we've had these levels marked for months, 421.02 to 426.45. You notice a rejection at the open, came down, tested this anchored VWAP, bounced above 421. Now you'd be up, 3 points. Not my ideal trade for a $400 stock, but some people do. Guys, JPM is at 302. Unbelievable. Beautiful trade. Beautiful trade. Coin, yep. 3377. Talked about that, right? I think someone was shorted earlier, and I mentioned 337.70 at level. Yeah, we dropped to 334.77, fine, but that could have been a potential long entry if you were feeling bullish. AMD, congrats to everyone in there, Jeff. Nice job. This one today was because we were at the open. This was a 1 minute. So if you see the name of the stock here. Here, let me move away from this. You'll see the name of the stock. Can you see that in the background? And then there's a number. That's a 1 minute. If I go to 5 minute, it'll change to 5. If I do 15 minute, you get the picture, right? But typically during the open, what I'll do is I'll do this. On another screen, I have this. So notice where the 200 EMA is on the 5 minute versus the 1 minute. See the difference? And then what I'll do is I'll look at a 15 minute to see like, okay, if we get through that 5 minute 200 EMA, where do we look on a 15 minute 200 EMA? Make sense? Does that help? Jeff, awesome, man. Awesome. Dude, I love that for you. You've become an expert of when you hear me get stopped out, you're like, let me take the trade. Which, hey, I'm not mad at it, man. If it works, it works, dude. There's a pattern recognition right there, right? No, it's all good. Hey, man, it's not me against you guys. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's us against a market, which I don't even want to say against. It's, look, you don't want to go toe-to-toe with this market. The market will humble you quickly, right? Guys, just took some off here on the call options for the Qs. In case, notice, here's the 5-minute. We just talked about this live, okay? You see the 200 EMA, the yellow line? Why do I think it's so important? Isn't it funny how that works? Look, we have this area marked. Why? Look left. Notice these rejection candles. Does that now become resistance? Well, you tell me. And it happens to be right where the confluence of that 200 EMA for a 5-minute. And now we're retesting this 596.43 zone. You see what I mean? So now, like, that looks a lot more bearish now. We have a bearish engulf. Now, if this takes out this entire candle, we got a problem. If you don't understand technical analysis, learn up on it because it's very important, especially in the markets like we're seeing now. This is going to start to matter. When you see big just moves like this, yeah, you're a genius, right? But markets don't always behave that way. We're starting to get into a more tempered market. Now, can it blow the top off? Sure. Right? We can get great news from Jerome Powell. Trump could say something. Who knows, right? But it's important to be cautious in your trade. We are traders, not investors, and maybe a little bit of both, right? But as a trader, cue the disclaimer. Rule number 1 is what? Pay yourself first, right? So, an amazing day for me. I wouldn't say it's a banner day. We had several 5-figure days this month so far, which is incredible. Namely, this day, which admittedly I got out way too early. I got out of my put options like right here. I went back into a position about here, took it off here, and missed the rest of this downswing. So again, hence why I tell you, I'm even trying to get better at, like, where do I take my partials? Where do I take my exits? Because I'll tell you, my entries are pretty good usually. But we can all grow and learn as traders. Anyways, listen, guys, I'm going to shut down my screens for a little bit. I don't know, Clifton, if you're out there, if you don't mind sharing your screens, I'm going to take a break for a little bit. I'll be back probably, let's call it around 12:30. If I can join for a few minutes, I'll probably be on for like maybe 10, 15 minutes. We'll chat through if we can catch Jerome Powell live. If that's helpful. I'll be here. Will you guys be, how many of you guys going to stick around for Jerome Powell? I mean, will we have a room? Just throw a 1 in the chat if you can, if you plan to be here around 12:30. Seth, cool. Well, hey, look, if you guys can, I'll be on the room. I just won't be sharing my screens just because I got some other stuff I got to work on. So I don't want you guys, you're like, oh, look, check it out. He's planning a trip to Jamaica or something, or whatever, So, Clifton, I appreciate you sharing the screens. Actually, I'll stop sharing right now. So we post that. There we go. Perfect. And then if you can, guys, keep it interactive. So if you are looking at trades, you're thinking about posting trades, what I would love to see, because we're growing as a community, we're growing as a team. When you're posting a trade, maybe just put a tiny little bit of why you think or have conviction on that, right? So I'm even looking at OKLO right now. It looks like it's breaking out over this 173 print. I don't really love that stock, but you can't deny the fact that this thing has just been pushing, right? Could be an opportunity to short, maybe. I don't know. But maybe post just like a reason. Like, hey, I long over this because, pre-market highs or whatever. Just anything like that. Trust me, that kind of feedback really helps not only the traders in our community, but even if you're wrong, that's okay. When you go back to look at your journal entry and go, hey, why did I take that trade? Was it good, bad, indifferent? Well, now you have maybe a proof point to look back at. So listen, I'll be back at, let's call it 12:30, guys. I'll do my best to join here. Let's see. Mark will be in and out of the office. She'll leave this room up cool. MP looking over 95. Wild stock though. Okay. Brew stay closed. Cup and handle. Nice, Seth. Okay, cool. Appreciate that. Love it, guys. You guys are the best. Seriously, thank you for A, posting trades, B, participating, C, man, just showing me love even when, Scott's not here. I know how much you guys love Scott. He's awesome. But a one-man band, hey, hopefully you guys made some money today. If you can, maybe Clifton, if you could just throw a who's green, who's not. Again, no judgment, but it does help, at least, especially when Scott's out, like, how's the room doing? Are we green? Are we red? And it's okay if either one is there, but thank you, Clifton. You're so fast at this stuff. Unbelievable. All right, guys. See you guys at 12:30. Till then, cheers. right, y'all. What's going on? Little mic check here. You guys can hear me. Obviously, Powell is speaking right now. We're seeing markets rally a little bit, but just worth noting, we closed the gap now on the Qs. Unbelievable, I'll say. Over 1% move to the downside, now being completely closed up. Pretty amazing. See how resilient these markets are. What's he really saying? Well, he's not going to try to pinpoint break-even rate of employment. Standard error itself is perhaps 50,000. Break-even rate of job growth has come down a great deal. Slow pass-through on tariffs. It starts to look like a persistent inflation. I don't really trust the pump right now. So I'm watching levels. 602.87 will be the level I'm watching. If we push higher above that, I'm going to close out the last little bit of my call options, guys. Huge move. 3x, made 300%, over 300% on my $600 call options that expire tomorrow. We paid $1.05. We're getting out of them right now at 4:30. Pretty awesome. But I'm going to be watching 602.87 to see what we do there. That was an all-time high on the 23rd of September. Obviously, Jerome Powell has some time to speak still on the microphone. I'm watching IWM because as they're starting to miss data and unemployment is becoming a challenge, that could mean the rate cuts are going to happen. I'm waiting for him to mention rate cuts. I'll keep an eye on IWM. It's up at 247. I like that area. Maybe we'll get a short going on IWM, unless the opposite happens. It says we're absolutely 110% cutting rates, because if they do, IWM should launch. In addition, for those of you guys watching OKLO, brand new all-time high on OKLO, hitting 181.30, guys. Incredible move on OKLO. I think I need to create a business that makes no revenue and sell it for, or make it worth $26 billion. What in the world am I doing with my life? Let's see. Looking around here, everything for the most part, when it looks like it's moving higher, look left. Okay. Obviously some exceptions, guys. AMD, for those of you guys who took that trade and held on to it all day, good for you. Gosh, took my money today. Now it's up at 224. Got the move we wanted, but it took until the afternoon. What else has he got to say? He's on the mic right now. I'm going to pull up some of the other statements he made here. Give me a sec. Downside risk to U.S. job market has risen. Recent data points to lower hire, lower fire employment landscape. U.S. central bank has other data beyond government sources to use. So that's basically meaning we're going to cut rates in a nutshell. Let's see what else he says here. There's no risk-free path for monetary policy. Data in hand suggests current economy is where it was in September. Data for U.S. government shutdown suggested growth may be better than expected. Rising risk to job market justified September interest rate cut. Available data shows tariffs pushing up price pressures. So in other words, in the next 2 weeks, good chance of rate cuts, hence why we're seeing names like IWM move higher. Mark, right now, you're looking at BTS Tesla. Cool. Yeah, Tesla getting a nice pump here up to 432. Oracle getting a nice bounce also. MSTR, no, don't like that. JPM, I did get out all shares of that trade, but an awesome trade nonetheless. Coin, OKLO, unbelievable. Let me look at QBTS. What is RGTI doing? It's getting a pump. Yep. Wow. Okay. QBTS, let's look at that. Nice call out, QBTS. Very nice. Boeing getting a nice hit too right now. Above 117.80. Yeah, I'm probably not going to take any other trades today other than maybe a short position in IWM. I will be using options on that. If you notice today, a lot of my positions were in options just because I don't mind $100, $200, fine. But on the off chance I put up $200 of risk and I make 1,000, that's a good deal for me. And vice versa, maybe it's 2,000, right, for 200, whatever it is. But as far as shares are concerned, I don't really want to buy up in these levels because if you guys remember, when we looked at the charts, next logical level would be 602.87, which we rejected 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in the pre-market, or sorry, in the open market yesterday, and then couldn't get above their pre-market. So right around here, I want to see how we behave. If you look at the RSI on a shorter term 5-minute, we're kind of peaking the overbought area. I think Frank had mentioned earlier this morning, what is overbought? Your RSI is above 70, and we're currently sitting at 73 or so on the RSI 5-minute. Put up that in a 15-minute. We're approaching the same thing on the RSI up near 68. And if you look at this on a daily, obviously daily is not too bad, kind of right in the middle. So on a 5-minute, maybe we start seeing it slow down a little bit unless we see a big breakout, which is fine. That's how you kind of break the Bollinger Bands, which happens. But anyways, I'm going to keep listening to what Fed has to say. Jerome Powell. Sat through an MP. Let's see. There you go. Nice. Where'd you get in? 95 or so? Nice. Cool. Right at the close, 95.06 up. Very nice, Seth. Nice trade there. Let's see. I'm just concerned when he stops talking what markets do. We're seeing a run up, so maybe someone just is sitting on the buy button. Oh, right before I left, Seth? Okay, cool. Yeah, the buy button is probably just someone sitting on it right now until Jerome Powell stops speaking. I'm not sure how long his speech is going to go, but we're coming up on 1 o'clock. Started at what, 12:20? So probably coming up here in 10 minutes or so. But we'll see what happens there. I'm keeping an eye. 602.87 on the Qs, guys. 602.87. And then I'm watching the 666 on SPY. 666.88. So I'll keep an eye on that. And IWM, geez, all-time high is at 248.48. Look at it go. I mean, maybe there's that real optimism around rate cuts. And it's very apparent right now with that big push. Look at that. That has just gone straight up from the open, actually. So maybe a dangerous one to short today, but maybe I can look a little further out and maybe get a decent price on it. Let's see. The beauty of options. Let's see. Okay, what's the 17th look like? $247. Yeah, not bad. They are $1.90 for 247s. I'll wait. I will keep that on deck, but I won't get into it just yet. For $1.92 now, looks good. I'll wait. I'll keep an eye on these IWM put options going out till Friday. And I want to see what Jerome Powell has to say. Again, this is just like yesterday. Today is a data point type day for me. Notice, like, yes, we just got over the close right now, but yesterday we moved a grand total from top to bottom about 1%. So 0.5% up, 0.5% down. So that's the aggregate move, right? So you could break that down. What is that total? Like maybe, I don't know. Let me look. So from top to bottom. So 5 points, top to bottom. Just waffling around all day yesterday. So now we're closing the gap to see, like, okay, what do we do? So congratulations, we're back at the starting line. So all it takes is for him to say one thing, or he wraps the session and people are just going to go like, what do we do if unemployment's going to go higher? That means rate cuts are probably coming in. But what does that do to inflation? And if inflation doesn't matter, now we have, instead of a dual mandate, we have a singular mandate. And then, of course, you have President Xi, China, and Trump beefing right now. So is that overnight going to handle itself? I don't know. So I'm waiting towards the close of the day, or after at least Jerome Powell speaks, to kind of make a decision. Do I want to go long and carry on, or get some exposure to the downside? Make sense? All right. Well, I'll let you guys go. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the Open. I am riding solo again tomorrow. I appreciate you guys being patient. Hopefully, you guys were able to make some dough today with some of the trades we took. And overall, though, no complaints, right? Made money on the way down, made money on the way up. So great day for 44 Trading Room today. And definitely trade cautious. Cue the disclaimer, it's your money, do what you want with it. But we will see you guys all tomorrow at the Open. Till then, cheers. God bless.